Happy Halloween, everybody. Hope you all are doing fantastic today, and welcome to what's going to be the finale of Higurashi Chapter 2. I actually don't know for sure how much there is left in the game today, but I just know that it's hopefully not going to be too much. We've read all the tips, so I have to imagine that it's either only one more chapter segment inside this, or there just isn't going to be any optional tips. It's just all you gotta look at everything. I don't know. I honestly don't, because looking at the achievements, there's still four more achievements left to get in the game. So it could be one more chapter, it could be like four more chapters. I honestly do not know. But regardless, we're doing it. If I have to stay up till 3 a.m. though, oof, that I'm gonna be an unhappy camper for work tomorrow. That's all I'll say. How's everyone doing? Hello DX and hello Proxima. Nice to see you both. Happy Halloween. Let's head on over and get the game booted up because I have some stuff to talk about before we launch in that is related to the game about my current theories for what the heck is going on. Yeah, DX, thanks for sharing your theories. They were an interesting read, and there definitely could be some truth to those. But I want to let you know my personal theories. I think people will find them interesting. Okay, so welcome back to Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 2, Watanagashi, everybody. So, we're starting the final stream, hopefully. Man, it's going to be bad if we can't finish it this stream. But before we begin, I kind of want to share the theories that I have for what the heck's going on. So there have kind of been two things that I've been trying to figure out. One is what the heck is going on in Chapter 2, and two, how is Chapter 1 connected with Chapter 2? And I think I'll address the second of those because that kind of is going to feed into my impression of how Chapter 1 and 2 are connected is probably going to feed into my impressions of Chapter 2. So, my current theory is that Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are like parallel universes where it's like the same events happening but just in a different universe. And my current theory is the only difference between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, at least in terms of the overall timeline, is that Shion did not exist in Chapter 1, but she does in Chapter 2. So, like, the only difference between the timelines is that in this one, Mion had a twin. And all of the changes we've seen in Chapter 2 are a direct result of Shion existing. Because it still seems weird to me that if Shion was a thing in Chapter 1, we would have heard about her, at least in passing. But we didn't. So my current guess is that Chapter 1, she didn't exist. Chapter 2, she does. And, like, my current theory is that each chapter is either going to add a new character or take a character away. And, like, that's going to affect things. Otherwise, my current impression of the horror stuff going on is that so people go crazy. In Chapter 1, Rena and Mion, and I also think Keiichi were all kind of collectively going crazy at the same time. And then in Chapter 2, it seems like either Mion or Shion is the one going crazy. I don't know for sure what the heck is causing this. My only real guess is either, like, I have two weird theories that are both far-fetched. One is that, like, when they were digging and, like, doing all, like, the construction of the dam, that, like, somehow they uncovered either some weird, like, I don't know, underground pocket of gas or, like, some form of radiation that's leaking and causing neurological issues, or demonic possession in some regard. Like, those are kind of my one. It's probably one of those two. It could be demonic possession, but I'm not sure if they would actually go for that in a game like this. I don't know. But there's all this talk of Oyashiro-sama and, like, people being human demon hybrids, so I think that's probably more likely. I don't know. I'm still not super sure of how that's happening. But if it is some kind of, like, malevolent force, like demons, it might make sense where they're, like, trying to pick out their hosts to, like, lose it and go crazy each year. And in Chapter 1, they're like, oh, let's do these characters, but then they picked Shion this time around. I don't know. My current impression of I think I have Chapter 2 figured out, though. I am pretty sure that it's Shion who's behind all of this. Because Shion was acting kind of paranoid the same way Keiji was in Chapter 1 before everything, like, kind of went to hell. And my impression is that she's been impersonating Mion, And I think at this point, Mion is either dead or like kidnapped somewhere, and Shion's basically taken over her identity and faked her own death to kind of become the new leader of the family, as well as getting revenge against her sister for like constantly snubbing her growing up, even if it wasn't her fault. I don't know why she's like kidnapping all these people and potentially killing them, but it might just be she's going crazy for demon possession. I don't know. That's kind of my current theory. So I'm pretty sure it's Shion who's the one who's like kidnapped all the people and is doing all this, and not Mion. It could be Mion made Shion disappear, or Shion ran away and Mion's been impersonating Shion, but I think it's the other way around. Yeah, Tomotage and Takano are both either died or disappeared in both chapters, so I'm guessing whatever malevolent force is out there is specifically targeting them for some reason. I don't know for sure. That's my current theory, so now let's start the beginning of the end. Game theory.
Keiichi.
Okay, so Shion just gave us the crazy call and we learned that she was the mastermind, and now our parents are back.
ケイチ。
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Thanks, Dad. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
That's reasonable.
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
When even the Asian parents are saying you should take school off, that's when you know it's getting serious.
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
True.
まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. Oh, I thought we were gonna run after Shion, slash Mion, right after the events, but now apparently we waited till morning. I guess, it's probably a good idea to not go rushing there alone. Maybe we should get Uishi and the police officers on our side, because they're also planning on breaking into the Sonozaki residence, so I think that's where we'd have to go next. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. No, it was Shion, actually. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだってこれが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomatake-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomatake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika's dance was still going on. Then at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped. And I clapped. You can't change the past, Keiji. Ding dong! Uh-oh, Rena's
レ
here.
ナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
圭一、しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
Dad knows best.
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから
Not me! I'm too smart for school.
遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
Well, that's gonna be rough on Rena. She's gonna be the only person even remotely near her age there. I think the next closest person to her age is teacher. Very understanding, though. Rena answered shortly, nodding.
圭一くんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
Chapter 2, Rena is best girl.
それからこれ
If Rena's actually crazy and evil and like psychotic in this chapter, that will be a plot twist, actually. I would not be expecting that.
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。
Hey, how's it going, Fawful? Sorry, didn't realize you were in chat. Welcome, welcome.
きっと見つかるから。
Chapter 2, Rika is best because she had more screen time. Fair enough.
待ってよ。
I guess Rena's been a bit more of a major character, and she's really been there for Keiichi when he's been having a real rough time. I guess so did Rika. It's not her fault she got kidnapped.
ね。
Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩。
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
Okay, was there like a secret prank camera hidden? Like everybody knows. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip and made up my mind and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been. I'm not sure if Rena actually has a condition that she needs to take meds for to like stabilize her mood. If she has like schizophrenia or something, but if so, yes, she's much better on her meds.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも。
I mean, yes, up to this point, Chapter 2 Shion has been best Shion, but she's definitely not best girl.
それを隠していたことだと思うの。圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかった。
I'm noticing a trend. Whenever Keiichi doesn't tell the truth, everything goes to hell. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. You know, we should have just given Mion the stupid doll. If we had just given Mion the doll, probably very little... Well, okay, no. Tomatake and Takano would have probably still died. But I feel like the rest of the stuff may not have happened.
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとさとこちゃんは いなくならずに済んだのかな。
Rena's thinking the same thing. Also slight guilt tripping. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. And they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack! Did she punch us? The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. She did. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も圭一君のことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が代わりに圭一君を叱るね。
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。それはわかる？
ああ、
She is the best!
返事ははいだよ、圭一君。
はい。
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
It's true.
はい。僕が
I'm not
悪か
sure.
ったです。
I'm not sure either. If my demon possession theory is correct, then it actually, I don't think, would have made a difference. But again, that was just a theory. For a few moments, Rena stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから
Yeah, Mom's definitely listening in on this.
私は行くよ。
あ
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down to pick up the notice, which I'd dropped when she slapped me. Oh man. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some.
あ、なんだこれ。
There it is! I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce that they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a P.S., it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring along a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。
Well, we kind of established... That was Rena's theory last time as well, where she's like... Rena immediately noticed exactly how much food was in their house. And she's like, they made a food, but then they just put it in the refrigerator. And then they went out, presumably because they got invited over to somebody else's house to eat. And presumably that it was someone they trusted. So we kind of already had put the pieces together that it was Mion's house.
レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
I want to know if Grandma Oreo is alive or dead, though.
うん、
Or if she's kind of in on this.
出た。
Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Hey, Mobius! Happy Halloween! Don't mind us. I think we're getting close to raiding our kind of sort of psycho girlfriend's house, where she may have kidnapped a bunch of people. It's gonna be great times. Rika had taken the bottle, gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house, and she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Uisi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. That's... yeah... I mean, Satoko doesn't really seem to have any friends outside of, like, Rika and kind of sort of the other three. Also, apparently she and Rika are both orphans, too, so no family either. It's not her fault, by the way. It's, small town world, all that. Didn't he also say the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. Again, I think it's Shion who's doing this, not Mion. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule, too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort's store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺ミオンのところへ行き
Don't do that alone!
謝ってくるよ。もう全部終わりにしてもらう。ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように。
She's like, oh, okay, I'll stop killing people. Yay! With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me,
私も行くよ。
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上レナまで巻き込まれたら俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれ
you've
ない。
never done that before. Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
You should go
だ
together.
からケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Rena, can you bring your hatchet, though? Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve. Okay, Rena, get your hatchet. Keiichi, get your retractable metal baton. I mean, your baseball bat. And we'll go just as a precaution.
わかった。行こう。
Then, wait, never mind. Mion has a gun.
ありがとう、レナ。
Rena nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. I don't know. If this all goes down, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be Keiichi and Rena alive. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Zuisi. Hey, new best friend! Can you come with me to Mion's house for bodyguard protection?
前原さん、それから龍さんも朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？
I've never interacted with her before.
これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。
You literally drove her home, though.
どうぞよろしく。
Rena just got into a random stranger's car and she didn't even know who he
大
was.
石さんに喋るのか？
Maybe it's a model gun, maybe it's a real gun.
ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど
Oh, is she gonna turn me in?
兄ちゃんの罪はこの人たちに
Oh,
あ
never
がな
mind.
ってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はては
He's
て、
like, man, I should have had this girl come on in the first place.
どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中
Your
で？
car has air conditioning. We should go in there.
車の中でします。
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. Yeah, like I said, Rena's a real winner in this timeline. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Uisi. The latter, while making sure I had to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないで
You
すか
know, I really do. Uisi asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owing up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし、大石です。はいはい、引き続き見張りお願いします。
了解しました。3号7号は先ほど応援が到着、起動しました。あと課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいっすけど、
ねはははは答えに窮したら実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてる。ごまかしといてください。
What a hard-working man he is. Bzzz, the radio grew silent.
いや失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今園崎家前は動きなしって言って
We're
ましたよ。
spying on the place. We got the drones
あ
out.
りゃそんな風に聞こえちゃいました。そりゃ困ったな。
Well, half the club is dead at this point, so... Or at the very least kidnapped.
秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Uisi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許
That
可
can't
が
be
ないんです
legal.
よ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
Should we commit a crime in her yard?
大石さんってひょっとして
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Uishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか。
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
He fights for justice, though.
人聞きが悪いですね。
He's like, I just want to solve the case so I can retire.
でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Uishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide. Well, yeah, if he's got that cigarette.
あなたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Uishi had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもし
Oh,
れない
that's
の
why
に。
Rena's so mad. She's like, you were trying to get him killed.
恥知らず。これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんで。
I would play a Detective Rena game.
いやはやいやはや。
She should be the detective in the next Ace Attorney game.
あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません。刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですか。
Do it! Do it! Do it!
卑劣か。
Never mind. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. Note to self, never get on Rena's bad side.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えま
Because
す
it
よ。
comes from the heart.
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Uishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
Hatchet time! That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Uishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
Uishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. Rena literally spelled it out for you like 5 minutes ago.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。
Man, the titanium balls on
犯
these
人
two.
を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
I would say the biggest plot twist to me would be if Uishi was behind part of these like murder plots. That's probably he might be the character I least suspect. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena or I went along with Uishi-san's stupid joke. Alright, we got a plan! Let's hope we can do it. And don't die along the way. Uishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. Is that her house right here? Because it doesn't look very well guarded. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か死角をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
Rena is the optimist. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。
That's true.
今さら信じないでしょうが、できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The cleaning humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には
Okay, that
行った
shack
こと
is
があ
not
るんだよ
her
ね。
house then.
何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
Dane.
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the 3 families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with the trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there were dangerous-looking barbed wires wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged with an entry fee of 1 million yen.
この森、いや、
$10,000 is kind of steep.
丸々庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。
We're in Zora's domain.
見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Uishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るのミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本
They
人
don't
の
have any kind of
2人しか
security
住んで
guards?
ないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。
He's a Yakuza boss, so yeah.
だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother? In a house with such a grand getaway?
いるかな。
Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released and the gates opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Is it, though?
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Hey!
二人とも学校は？
Mion didn't seem at all surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？
Palm sweaty mom spaghetti!
二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Mion smiled dryly as she said that, and then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
I love how they're making it, everyone's acting like nothing's wrong. It's building the tension. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, and then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arms lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Uishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and I laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
We're actually seeing new stuff
ミ
now.
オン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Paperweight? Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Oh.
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのにツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。
Well, if you don't bother it, then that lets them know it's safe.
迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
Yeah, you don't want bird poop on your shoes. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。
Maybe this is the real Mion.
それを思うとこれはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
Maybe this is the real Mion and she's innocent and it's Shion who's behind everything. I thought Shion may be offed Mion and replaced her, but maybe I'm wrong.
ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. My gosh, they've got a literal river going through their backyard. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. No, it looks nice.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。
That would suck.
人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ沢は。緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじ
The
ゃないのか？
Kanto region?
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
Yuck! Oh no. Never going
大
there.
雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
Oh, that sounds horrible. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa. Was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad. He said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow! I know it's a real place, but I didn't know if they were embellishing that for the purposes of the story.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。
Nope.
日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。
Yeah, I'm with Keiji.
寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she had ever had, and told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for a moment. She's gonna poison us.
冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽
Snowball
しいん
fight
だよ。
would be epic with this club.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。
Why do we always have to play punishment games?
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor could be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
Oh no.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。はう
はうじゃねえ。
I settle things of a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。食べが薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
Where's Grandma Oreo? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot of and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？
Probably poisoned.
羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
Bean paste is not the good stuff.
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Oh, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. The ceiling here is the same as the ceiling in the shed. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
No! We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at the natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
I don't believe you.
そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃおじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
What? That's a weird joke, Mion.
ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
Oh, that's the joke she's going for.
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ、まず謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
I thought we were first going to apologize for not giving her the doll. I'm still hung up on that. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of a clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、それでいいよ。業に入りては業に従えって。 昔から言うもんね。
But the Romans also crucified people, so you probably don't want to go around doing that.
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
I'm glad Rena's
か
here.
な。
She's very good with people.
私は
Until
真
she's
剣だ
not.
よ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Rena was giving her tit for tat, so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Because I think this is Shion. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど、そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
Do you have evidence? Take
夕
that!
方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。
This game would be really interesting if we could see Cyclops.
お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ、リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposefully given given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね、みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな？
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Okay, well that was an unnecessarily loud breathing sound.
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん、きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ、どんな感じでかな？
Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. Are we going to bring up that she called us and laughed evilly on the phone? What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで？
I've been wiretapping your phones. What?
冷蔵庫に聡子ちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が丸々手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. This was the only way I could describe her face.
これはとんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。
Rena's a genius.
参ったな。参った。
As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and then scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
You've been working with the cops? As soon as she heard Uishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Maybe we shouldn't have broke his cover like that. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが。
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. Okay, Mion apparently has a tattoo on her back. Does this girl have a tattoo on her back? That's how we can verify the identity once and for all. We can also do a fingerprint match. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. She's not going crazy eyes, though. She's still very just like, hi. This is a very normal smile. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn that you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion's had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was completely abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now, I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed her hands on the tatami mat. Wait, does this look... She's just like, I have a gun. Like, this is like a very normal, like, cute smile. This isn't like a, oh, you're in my house now, boy. And she gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ、ミオンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant that they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. Is she trying to tell us that we've only ever interacted with Shion up till now? Because that's not true. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お領に代わりまして、皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
Where is Oreo?
皆様におかれましては、 私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did Mion just say? Also, there's no way she could have killed Tomotaki, like, because Tomotaki clawed out his own throat. So there's something going on there with, like, either hallucinogens or demon possession. That's really the only explanation for that one. Mion said that she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right away.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano, and Tomotake as well. Okay, she's behind Rika and Satoko. Maybe the mayor, not Takano and Tomotake. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
It's time for the info dump, I guess. Rena nodded lightly, and then shot a glance at me, asking if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village. Yes. I heard all about that the night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins, and cut off all contact with the outside world. Sounds like some demon worship stuff. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains, and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. This is like some Nephilim level stuff here.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われています。
It's kind of amazing how much Japan has changed over the years. Like, modern Japan and like Imperial Japan in World War II are like almost unrecognizable.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、 苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Hey, Hog Squeezer, how's it going? Thus began the harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi Village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. This is really good music. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination were as a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end with the perspective of children. Thank you! It seemed like a natural point to end last night. It really did. If anyone found out that you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。
Yikes.
出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為に当たるのだ。
You really don't want to build any marriage on a lie.
ひどいね、そんなの。
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because the others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recall being suspicious about it, and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。
This doesn't explain why you were kidnapping and killing people, though.
私たちのご先祖様は
Unless
自
you're
分
blaming it on
た
the
ちに鬼の
demons.
血が流れていることを誇りに思い自慢し麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも南沢村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい夫や息子を戦場に送り出し15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母はそれは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. I wonder which war that one was.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にもようやく父や夫息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。
Oh yeah.
それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとってそれはとても喜ばしいことでした。
I feel like Mion is stalling for time right now. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう、そういう機運が高まり村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During the time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. I wonder who that was! That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵しハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。
Careful! You're starting to sound like a communist there, Mion.
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Himezawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
That would be hard to swallow. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
We heard a little bit about this from Tomotake, but then he shut up because Shion was like, that is off limits for discussion. Canned flesh? It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
Ew, what the F? Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacterial core in old Japanese army or whatever? Bacteriological? Oh, there's no voice acting now. What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. Oh, is that the super messed up World War II units? It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. That's the one! Yep! They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. Yeah, it's super disturbing stuff. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would just strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. Yeah, I've heard that there was like a small handful of things that they cut out of the console version.
それでもひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
本当に。
Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊は、それよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and now a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, And as their natural resistance is lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad, and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control. Until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Probably not peanuts. Look, every country has their dirty history. Like every single one. Rena and I knew the answer without being told. So we didn't answer.
そう。彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の奉仕になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。
Long story short, humanity is a whole lot more messed up and evil than you think.
だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんにはどの試作品もとても好評だった
At the
そう
front
です。
lines, you probably enjoy any food you're served.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよみーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
That's funny. I read through all of that without really feeling anything. Mainly just because, well, I have studied World War II history. There is a lot more messed up stuff than that. Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあそのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は？
真偽は分かりません。晩年まで僧兵は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですがひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、また子供たちが生やし立てられ石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
But again, why did you kidnap Rika and Satoko? The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know. Well, study history.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
2人に石を投げられたら4人で石を、8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し、30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返す。
You'll eventually run out of people. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありま
That'll
す。
help the tight-knit community.
祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなくひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. Yeah, what about... Screw the US, right? The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand against it. I both like and dislike that. I definitely like having that tight-knit community around you. I don't like mob mentality, though. So, unfortunately, it sounds like they're getting a bit of both. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that they could make others think that, and then they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たち
How
に
did
助け
you
られた
know
のを
about
思い出
that?
しませ
That
ん
was
か
Shion who was around for that. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっともその平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion of such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった。
Or maybe
と
he
いうことで
is.
す。
Oyashiro-sama could be a real demon. I'd actually be down for that. That would make for a pretty interesting story.
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile, without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。
No, you don't worship other people.
それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
This is how we'll know, because Mion is the one with the tattoo. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん、見せる必要なんて全然ない。
No, I want to see that, because that actually will kind of disprove my theories that I thought it was Shion. Unless Shion got an identical tattoo as well. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or a marking, that proved she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto her porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi weighing down on them. Yeah, I love how quickly we're just like, oh, let's just listen to Mion's story instead of like, Mion, you kidnapped our friends, possibly murdered them. What the butts? What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? How about you're under arrest? Rana wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど。
Okay,
そのすべての中心に私が。
Are you admitting to murdering the people, or are you just admitting to like we ran them out of town? She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。あるとすれば、私の跡継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Mion, you killed people. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid it down and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんと
Undercover
さとこちゃん
cop, Rena!
を殺したんだよね。
Yeah, like, what the heck? I'm not the biggest fan of Satoko, but she and especially Rika did not deserve to die or be kidnapped. The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でもとにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history passing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. Yes! Valid! Like I said, Rena's the best!
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって
Mion, that kills people.
その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
So you're saying Rika committed ritual Sudoku? I mean Sudoku. Sudoku is from Star Wars. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If it's that difficult for you, Rika, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me with the old man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？
Yeah, Rika deserved better.
バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
If they tell me that both the mayor and Rika killed themselves because they're like, we failed in our duty to keep it locked, and then Satoku's just like, I have nothing to live for and kills as well, like, ugh, this is gonna be so... I don't want to say that's gonna be dumb, but, like, I'm not gonna be happy with that twist.
本当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い人はいませんので
Not yet, but one will move in. Alright, Rika. Sobs escaped from my mouth. I thought he was having a heart attack. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat. You can just say my tears.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡流しの祭りの最中にもう
It could only have been the new kid who moved in.
賊は4人。 その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも
What?
責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
Wait, so it actually just is Mion? What? My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika and the others. That was wrong! The one who killed them wasn't Mion. No, it definitely was! It was me, it was not you.
殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, or they just could have said like, "Hey, it's okay, snitches get stitches," and let everybody get off. Come on, man! Why are you killing people just because they looked at the shed? I don't care how sacred it is. That's not how that works. I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として
You
手を
did
下さ
not
なけれ
need
ばなら
to
なかった。
kill people, Mion. My gosh.
園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
If you actually think it's no big deal, that's a bigger problem.
そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Yes.
私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。
I actually can't believe she's just calmly admitting to it. Like, this seems very anticlimactic.
それは他でもない私園崎美音が殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
It's true, we were literally the only person she didn't attack.
え？
Well, that's because he's cute. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一君だけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さてどうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
Is she possessed?
それはどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首
Yeah!
しよう。
That means she just killed Satoko to cover her tracks. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
She killed people, Rena.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Yeah, Rena knows how to use a hatchet. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
It's not seriously going to end this anticlimactically, is it? I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいから、ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
No, I would not. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチ君、どうかな。ケイチ君が嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
Can we have maybe a moment alone at the detention center?
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。
I really don't want to be alone with someone who just admitted to, like, no fewer than, like, 10 murders.
ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
Okay, Mion, I've got a list of instant deal breakers in any relationship. Learning that your partner is a serial killer is probably number 1 on the list. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. That was me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. Have you forgotten how she laughed evilly over the phone, although I'm pretty sure that was Shion? I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be. I still don't know if this is Mion or Shion that we're talking to right now, though. It seemed like it was Mion because she was trying to show us the tattoo, but we didn't technically see the tattoo. If I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others, the only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear. The sins that Mion shouldered. No, you don't! You didn't kill anybody in this timeline. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
あ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ。
This is not going to end well.
ケイチ君。
When I said I didn't want it to end anticlimactic, I didn't mean like everyone is an idiot. I hate it when everyone's an idiot to make the plot advance. Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise of Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。
You're gonna kill me!
退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。
How do we know Grandma Oreo's not gonna be like, Rena's on her own? Shoot her. Then Mion kills me, and then they're like, alright, to the secret passageway, and then they just like book it there. Or like they have a private helicopter or something. How the heck do we know that they're not gonna do that? Or how do we know they're not going to be like, well, the jig's up anyways, we may as well kill these people because they were the ones who found us out.
勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
This is stupid. Why are you doing this? I don't care if it's like, I want to be a good friend, and I bear responsibility too. It's like, bruh, she killed 10 people.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
Leave the gun behind, Mion. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
あ、
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she's been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短期を起こさないように。
Yeah,
見張ってね。
I'm pretty sure this is a time where the death penalty is justified. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to her feigns herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
そんなこと絶対に
Oh,
させない
that's what we're doing. Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. This is not going to end well. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろう
Maybe
ね。
they should have gone to church.
でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last time I could offer. This is the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. That's gonna be a hard one to split up into multiple episodes. Sorry about that, Twisted Sisters. What a great description. Why are you blushing? This is not happening, Mion. I do not make out with serial killers. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, and then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな。
No. It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
You probably should! With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and she took my arm. We don't really want that. I gotta say, I really don't think we want that.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？
Yes, but not because I'm embarrassed.
例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
I'm more worried that you have a gun on you.
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back then, nothing had gone wrong yet. Or back when, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at the Angel Mort. I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. Well, this still might be Shion. How much strength they had put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that the living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ
No, I don't think they did!
さあどうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
Yeah, they're perfectly synergized.
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優
There's
劣
a
が
hand
違
you
いがある。
use more. That doesn't mean it's better than the other hand.
もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ。そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。
Hey, some of us have their left hand as their dominant hand, Mion, so screw off.
そんなよくわからない関係だね。
多分それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？ 双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that, DX. Mion passed through a wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time. Oh, come on, are you gonna stab us or aren't you? Thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands, there was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. This is weird. Am I the only one who thinks this is effing weird? Super not okay? Why is the game treating this like it's a normal and cool thing to do? She killed 10 people! Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
Really? Did she just run away?
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes and then nodded quietly. Was DX's prediction correct? That she disappeared like Satoshi?
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、
Oh, never mind. You just locked her up.
今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Why are you saying that with a smile on your face while we're holding hands? This is freaking weird. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she didn't completely detest her. She literally just said she wanted to give her the most gruesome death of all. What is wrong with you? So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. This is ridiculous. Why? Just for once, couldn't I play a normal visual novel? My gosh. Mion didn't only save me. She saved Shion too. I wouldn't call locking someone up planning to kill them saving them. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. She literally... I'm sorry, but the fact that she killed Rika... That's like... Look, like... Rika was completely innocent. Like, did nothing wrong, and you just are like, I have to kill her. Like, you think I'm gonna feel sorry for you now? No, I'm not. Screw you. Go to jail. Why are we petting her if she killed 10 people? She narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile. This is... Yeah, what is he doing? He's being effing weird. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes with an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then, Mion quietly said,
来て、私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
What the heck does that mean?
でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
Are we gonna be taken to the corpses with all the people you killed? Yeah, let's not do this. Let's not do this. I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり終わってしまった事実だけれども、
Don't do this! Then she's just gonna kill us right there as well.
ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならばここで待っていて。
I'm not letting you go off on your own!
私の手で全て終わらせるから。
No. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって？
This is not going to end well.
俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。
Even though she killed 10 people?
それは変わらない。一生。
Even though she killed 10 people? Ah! This is ridiculous. The treetops softly swayed in the
あん
wind.
たもレナもどうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. I wonder what that odor could be.
引き返すなら今だよ。
Oh, that's a pretty good thumbnail right there, actually.
ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入ればその美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。
Are you sure about that?
園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend. Oh no, it's gonna change!
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
Is it because he's a dimwit?
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door at the tunnel entrance. How did we go from, like, the brilliant writing of last stream to this? The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense that odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. Why are we letting her take us down here into the torture death chamber? Just adding one more corpse to the Shadow Temple, that's what we're doing. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and a stockpile during the war. It didn't give the impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
西宮殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったん
That
だ
was
け
a
ど。
long time ago. It would happen last year.
君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
Well, Shrek wasn't very happy we were doing that.
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように、秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。
It's the same exact one!
一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
Is this the actual real storehouse, or did they just reuse the background? They could have at least, like, mirrored the background. That would have been funny. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. We're now in a room completely isolated that nobody knows about with a serial killer with all of these weapons that they could use to serial kill us. And we're not even concerned at all. Idiot. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, then the walls and the ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst the slight slope on the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, to a spot veiled in darkness. What are the odds that one tiny little Japanese village has not one, but two torture rooms? There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだから、客がいなきゃ意味がない。
I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all of this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
え、観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
She keeps referring to herself as a demon. I'm not sure if she's doing this to try and, like, separate in Keiichi's mind Mion from the thing that killed everybody, as a ways to be like, don't think too badly of me. If she genuinely thinks she's a demon, or if she actually is a demon. It would be much more interesting for me if it was the last of those. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. But is it Shion or Mion who's imprisoned? After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing it must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
What on earth is this? I'm sorry. I thought we were playing Higurashi When They Cry, not exploring the kingdom of Malkaris and Madameo. I grimaced at her having said so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. But is she, though?
ああ、言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. He has done a complete 180 from Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, he did not trust anybody. Now he's like, even though you killed 10 people and admitted to it, and you say you're a demon, I still think you're my best friend ever. Like, I know, like, it's probably supposed to be heartwarming, but man, it's just cringy AF to me. Then came the clattering of the bars in one of the deeper cells, and when I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオンか。
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か、シオン。 怪我はしていないのか。
Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着けシオン。もう全部全部。
I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
Wait, is that actually Shion? She's not correcting it.
もう誰の死を見るのも嫌。私が憎いなら早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して殺して。
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. Missed opportunity to have a CG here of her in the cell. That would have been terrifying if there was. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. Quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
She's gonna kill us in front of her. Because guess what? I told you this would happen, you stupid idiot. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. I'm still expecting this to actually be Shion and the one in the cell to be Mion. I'll be disappointed if that doesn't happen.
そんなに死にたければ、この男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。
What a moron for doing this!
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために。
Quick, Keiichi, steal her gun and then shoot her.
それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。
Punch her in the face!
今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
Claw her eyes out. I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words. Are you this much of an idiot? My gosh! I hate it when the plot is written around people being idiots for no reason. Gah! How is he this dense? Oh, it's because the plot demands it, that's how. When I turned around... There it is. There it is. Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, it twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mio. You know what, Keiichi? You deserve to die for being this dumb. It wasn't that Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed around by the heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? But, I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen into a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me.
さーて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
I've seen creepier CGs.
あれにしようあれにしよう
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off.
もうやめてよねもうやめて
Dang, though. That voice actress is very, very talented. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she held Flun me down and then returned to the prison cell again. That doesn't make sense as a
あ
sentence.
んたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど。やっミオン姉さんお願いです私をどういう風に殺しても構いません
Wait, is it actually Mion? Why? Wait, I'm kind of disappointed.
どうかケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください
But the one in the prison outright admitted that she was Mion. So I guess either my fury was, I feel a bit cheated. I feel like my fury was really good. Shion had already acted like she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling of joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけどあんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだからなんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたか
I
ら
don't feel bad for not giving you the doll anymore.
思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね
ありがとうございます
じゃあさこれまでのことを謝ってみせてよそうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかなそうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ
Mion said that she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with just a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけこんなんじゃダメだねやっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だいや
待って姉様もう一度だけ
Mion stopped and waving her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. Okay, you know what better happened here? I want her to be so busy evilly gloating that she doesn't notice how much time has passed, and then Rena and the police force come bursting in. Rena with the hatchet, the police with their guns, and then they save us at the end. I don't think this is gonna happen, because this is only chapter 2 out of... I don't even know how many chapters there are. Oh my gosh, she was taking delight in abusing Shion. What a
ろくろく
butt.
満足に謝れないあんただからね
It's almost like we shouldn't have done
特
this.
別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ一度しか教えないし一言一句でも間違えたらアウトいいね
ありがとうございます
Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかなではやってごらん誠心誠意鉄頭鉄尾心を込めてねちゃんとできたならあんただけを殺してあげるから
ありがとうございます
This is horrible.
ありがとうございます
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Oh my gosh. I think I'm losing IQ points just listening to how much of an idiot this guy is. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃん
But
と
they
聞
didn't
いてて
twin
あげ
swap
るから。
because they both admitted that they're the twin they say they are. Unless the person in the jail cell is only calling this one Mion and her older sister because she was threatened in advance to never say the truth. Either that or it is demon possession.
園崎シオンは
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real Finn been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎シオンはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない身の程をわきまえず姉様に働いた数々のプレーを思います
ほらほらその調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up.
生意気だったこれまでを反省し一生ミオン姉様に忠誠を誓いますですから
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. Bad news, Keiichi. If that actually is a demon possessing Mion's body, you have no chance of beating it in a fist fight.
もう十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。うんうん。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again, and until I finally got the feeling in my body back, she pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様殺すのは私だけその人許してあげ
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, then tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかいシオン。これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴を。
いい加減にしろ。
Bad ass! The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that fiend that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。
Yeah, which time?
シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。あれが嘘。
Wonderful. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails whose ends had been turned into what looks like the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が 園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら
Give me multiple
私は誰
choice.
なわけ？
Give me multiple choice.
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るなこの鬼め。返せミオンを返せよ。俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ。
Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But, this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, and it was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim of being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the work of this demon possessing her. Can you laugh for maybe another 5 minutes so the police can arrive? When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. That's how we do it! Make her laugh so make her die laughing!
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎ミオンに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
Oh man, you've clearly never seen Bill Burr's comedy
笑
routines.
いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め。
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり？
Well, you gotta use your options. Use the Force, Keiichi. No matter what, I couldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン。こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強い。お前の力を見せてくれ。
The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよミオンミオン。どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え戦え。
Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At the sides were a dozen more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに。ミオン。
But what's weird is Mion hasn't gotten the reptile eyes during this time. I would definitely expected her to have the reptile eyes. Thus, I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、 どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で押さえつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。
No, you're gonna need a priest to get that demon out.
でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった。それは何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
This better not have happened just because you were horny. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら。
Oh, are you really gonna try to pass all of this psychotic demonic behavior off because you got snubbed for a doll? I was somewhat joking when I said that earlier. You know what, Mion? Whatever. The doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて。
Mion, this is why you don't play
収拾がつかなくなってしまう。
with Ouija boards, because then stuff like this can happen.
初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
Uh-huh. Yeah, way to pass the buck.
これで十分？
So you're telling me that I'm to blame for everything that's to happen just because I gave a doll to Rena instead of you. This is what we call never my fault syndrome, also known as narcissism.
メイドの土産は
A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。
Yes! Thank you, DX.
でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
Mion, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice that I think applies to absolutely everybody, and is a good piece of advice to keep in mind for your life. In life, you cannot control what happens to you, but you can always control how you react to it.
あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Keiichi, are you really going to be like, this is my fault that this torture is happening because I didn't apologize for not getting the doll? Like, are you serious? Are you that much of a doormat? Why didn't I realize it till now? Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether? Oh, hey, Marty's playing Spiritfarer. Okay. could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、とてもシンプル。左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
That's gonna be real freaking painful!
順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
Ow.
それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから。
Oh yeah, I
ちゃ
know!
んが想像するよりも
I had just a tiny bit of like the top layer of my skin peel off near my thumb, and it like hurts like crazy if I even like just touch it. It's not even like my whole skin for like to show the blood. It was literally just like the top layer of skin, and it freaking hurts like mad. If you ever had a hangnail, oh, this is a different kind of hangnail.
両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
I wonder why. You know, it would be a little classier to just slit my throat. Or use that gun of yours to like shoot me in the forehead. Mio pressed the tip of the nail to the left of my pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
I don't know. You're an insane person.
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you... What are you doing? You do not give in to demons. Period.
あんた本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば
Are you insane,
こんなの
Keiichi?
大したことないんだろ。
Is this actually gonna freaking work?
気の済むようにするといい。その代わり2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたらシオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪にはそれで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんたこの後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。
A little confused? He's a lot confused.
それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束
No!
2つじゃなくて3つ目は俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
Nope.
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. This would nip. Let's just keep going.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。
If she actually is possessed by a demon, no way. They just like evil.
鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were open all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grab them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Are we gonna have to sit through a torture scene now? Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting there like this to hammer the nails is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
My third wish, to save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。 だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い、この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。
Why does she not have the reptile eyes?
私の姿をした
She had the,
鬼だから。
you're gonna tell me she had the reptile eyes when she was shaking a ladder, but not when she's about to literally torture us? Bruh, there's something weird going on. Oh, I mean, there's like, literally like 57 weird things going on simultaneously right now, but that's just another one that adds to the pile.
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam, slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron bars to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いからレナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ。
Is this a taser?
本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
I've set my laser from stun to kill.
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。
I told you guys! In Chapter 2, Rena is the real winner. Like 100%.
子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I let her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしてても
Oh, so she's not going to torture us because Rena was a Chad.
すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did, she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても。
Yeah, that would be the common sense thing to do.
それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Is that really the sound that a taser makes? I don't think so. We are going to wake up with a very, very painful hand ache. Twisted Sisters learned the truth. I don't think we did learn the truth! June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, Redacted Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She's years old. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oreo Sonozaki, Shion Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo, imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Renan Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the 4 other missing persons: Oreo Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hoijo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. Oh, man! Why did you do that to Rika and Satoko? They did not deserve that. I do not want to think about how they had to deal with that. Yeesh. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which is where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we have not located them or the suspect's escape route. I knew it! They had a secret underground tunnel that she would escape through! It's almost like everyone was an idiot. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable cars from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Uisi and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. Oh, she didn't actually nail our hands in. As I was having a checkup at the hospital, Uisi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered them. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. How? There was apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amid all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. Yeah! Was it really not the swap? Was that really actually Mion at the end there? And not Shion? I was so certain it was Shion who had gone crazy. I was like certain of it. I guess it still could be. But they definitely seem to want to be concluding that it was Mion. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Uishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of shock and confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home. And had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Yeah, she's super paranoid now. I wonder why. Whenever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika, Satoko, and everyone else, and was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing in many followers with them. That's not intimidating or anything! However, much as my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. Bribery! And now we have to leave Rena. Oh, no.
そっか。
No, we can't leave Best Girl behind. No.
引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。
We owe Rena a life debt at this point, so.
ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
No.
寂しくなるね。
Yeah, she will. There's nobody her age here anymore. Oh, this sucks.
私一人しか残らない。
Oh. Rena smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there, where she had disappeared to. I hoped that there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. But there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends, and I had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. Why? She literally is a horrible, psychopathic, evil person. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and that it was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out, besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was a survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound of lost bugs when they make their way and ram into the fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard, and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plunk! The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out front, through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. Do not go out and talk to her! Do not call the police. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion! It was Mion! She was alive! Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop the pajamas, and flew out the door. Why? Gah! You are the stupidest human being I've ever encountered in a visual novel! This guy makes Michiru from Fruit of Grisaia look like a genius. And that's really saying something. Oh my gosh. He is the dumbest idiot in all of video games. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final party. One way or another, it's gonna be! So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Why?! Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to hear her out. I slipped onto my sandals, unlocked the door, and unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house straight into death.
ミオン
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. Mion literally flat out told us if we survived, we should never ever see her again. She herself said that! I changed my mind, folks. I said, I can't remember if it was Chapter 2 or Chapter 1 where I said Keiichi was probably the most likable of the visual novel protagonists that I had played. Nope! Sorry, you are no longer as likable as Tomoya from Clannad. I can't believe I'm saying that, given all the terrible things Tomoya did. But Tomoya wasn't this stupid. It was doubtlessly Mion. You're not even gonna tell your parent. Like, gosh, like I said, he's just the biggest stupid idiot in all of history. It was the real Mion.
お前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよ？
Actually, wait, hang on. No. Okay. In terms of visual novel protagonists, if we're excluding the Ace Attorney series, because that's in a league of its own, protagonists from most likable to least likable are MC from Doki Doki Literature Club, then Tomoya from Clannad, then Keiichi from this, and then way dead and last would be Yuji from Grisaia.
こんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
I wanted to kill you. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね、 もうここにはいられない。
A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ、もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Wait, is this not the one who tortured us, but this was the one in the jail cell? Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all the way here for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into a rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I had wanted to do this one last feign, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last feign, she stabbed us. And that's what happens when you are the dumbest human being on the planet. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. It's almost like you should have called the police when you saw her, you asinine idiot. And she pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? It hurts. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. I'm not scared by this at all. I'm literally just annoyed at how stupid you, Keiichi is. I almost said Yuji. That's not good. If I'm confusing you for Yuji, that's not reflecting good on your character. The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
He is so stupid it's painful. Oh, the body. By then the demon will have taken it over. The demon. Oh, now she got reptile eyes. Took you long enough. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet our. Boo! You are. How many times do I have to tell him that he's the stupidest idiot who ever idioted? Oh! Chapter 2, you were going in such a great direction, and then all of this happened. My gosh. Mion, in a pool of blood of my own design, is the doll I bought for Mion. Dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? It's not fate's fault! That was your fault! My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, Redacted Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maebara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and then was transported to the clinic. He escaped death. Oh, he lived! The criminal fled the scene. On that same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, redacted prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that a victim had fallen from her 8th-floor balcony to her death. How did she know where she was? The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that she heard what sounded like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred on the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident suspect. And did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt, based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination of both fronts, suicide and homicide. Is that really how it's going to end? Oh no, that's not necessarily how it's going to end. Okay. Okay, that's good. Keiichi can't keep cheating definitely. Like I said, after his intelligence that he's demonstrated, Keiichi deserved to die. I know that might sound harsh, but hear me out, folks. If there is somebody who is too dumb to realize that drinking bleach will kill you, I'm just saying. Actions have consequences, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like, bottles of bleach have warning labels on them to not drink them because they're poisonous. Like, if we were to remove those labels off of those warning labels off of bleach for a year or two, do you think the world would... I think we would raise the national IQ. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, I better continue before I get canceled for this. Alright, try not to excite him. Yes, he does have a giant flesh wound in here. Clack! The door opened, and as I expected, Uishi-san came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たら傷が悪くなりそうです。
Harsh!
こりゃ手厳しい。
As Uishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん。
Mom, he's my new best friend.
悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Uishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できればこれが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。
You know, fair enough, Keiji.
俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This is a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、 俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
True. Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。
Yeah, I don't... Well, I guess I kind of get why Keiichi doesn't like Uishi. But honestly, Uishi's kind of the closest thing we have to a big good guy in all this.
仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに
This is why I brought you hotel soaps. They're the best.
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Uishi-san pulls out the can of cookies and... What? Ah, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろ
I
と持
brought
っ
you
てきま
peanut
した
butter
よ。
whiskey. Oh, wait.
ほら、よりどりみどりの腹は黄緑ってなもんで
Oh,
す。
yes, Garfield.
さあさあ、好きなだけ持っていっちゃってください。
Yeah, you can leave that one. I don't want that one.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。持って帰って持って帰って。いってててててて。
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら
This is why you asked our mom to
だ
leave.
と思ったんですけどね。こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
I gave Uishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Uishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her to her death. How did she find that out, though? Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい。実は見つかったんです。
Please tell me you arrested her and she's getting the death penalty. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下、隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
Oh-ho!
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
Poor Rika and Satoko.
そうですか。
They're the ones I feel the worst for in all of this. That sliver of hope, that possibility I'd believed in, that Rika and Satoko were alive, just from the fact their faces hadn't been found. Gone. But how the heck did Mion kill Tomatake if she was responsible for that? Like, there was nothing in the torture chamber that could have forced him to claw out his own throat. I'm very confused about that one still. I mean, we're obviously not getting all the answers in Chapter 2, but still.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。 そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが。
I don't think so. I think there's more than one thing going on.
いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に。
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。
At least we didn't have to see Rika and Satoko getting tortured and then killed. That would have been a lot harder to go through.
相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか？
I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope had crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい、全員。それどころか死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。
How big is that underground bunker? Like, how long would that have taken to build? My goodness.
最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight has been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件もこれを機に全部解決するんじゃないかなんて言われてますよ。
That'll be good to give people closure. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Uishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さんご存知ですよね。
Yes.
もちろん仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
I never knew about that. Rika has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして。
Wait. We had a syringe at the end of chapter 1. Oh, the connection deepens.
破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、
How convenient.
少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません？
I didn't know anything about Rika carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね、その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
Well, that seems strange.
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
Rika's a little young to be a drug addict.
いえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、
It easily could have been planted on her. Because Mion had the syringe at the end of chapter 1, and when she tried to inject Keiichi with it, saying that it was filled with the same drugs that made Tomotake claw his throat out. So this actually would allow Mion to have a way of making that happen. I don't know why. I don't know why she'd put it specifically in Rika's skirt pocket, though, if she was trying to throw away the evidence, but this is weird. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから、話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
Rika.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。 今村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と殺してしまったその
Yeah, I imagine Hinamizawa right now is getting turned upside down in more ways than one.
実行支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。
Yeah, two of them are basically dead. Actually, they're pretty much all dead.
こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
Ah, damn. Get it.
もう俺ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because I thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. On the bright side, if Hinamizawa did get flooded by the dam, maybe Rena would move closer to us again. Honestly, I would want Keiichi and Rena to be together in this timeline. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking about to her son.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今どうしてるんです？
I just wanted to hear the answer and get rid of him.
それを話す前に、
Just tell me if she's arrested or not, please.
本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがある。
Don't worry, Keiichi could never tell a lie.
何ですか？
Literally, because he's bad at lying.
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。
Okay.
これいい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては
Okay, bad cop.
捜査
I
かく
got
乱と
it.
見られて告発される場合もありますからね。
Uishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Uishi-san smiled bitterly and then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として俺を刺してミオンの犯行だってさっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人っていうのは実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんです。
He was the boss guy of the sunglasses who drove us home that one time. Oh.
このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから市
Oh, I
民に
didn't.
なってた男なん
Oh,
だ
so
そう
he's
で
part of
す。
the Yakuza too. Okay, well, that's a little rough. But yeah, I can see now why Ushishi's like, yeah, he probably would lie about that. That man said this. The noise he heard from next door sounded just like the fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. Is he saying Mion is dead? It could be! I am still not convinced that it wasn't Shion who was torturing everybody. Because we never saw her tattoo. And even if we did, she could have gotten her own tattoo to match Mion's. Like, that would especially if she was planning to kill and replace. The only thing, though, is the twin who was in the jail cell said that the girl outside was Mion and that she was Shion. So you would have to explain that. Like, there would have to be... This is ridiculous. He said he heard them and that he heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down when he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。 ですからこの騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。
Oh, well, that would explain how the twin would know where she was, if it's their building.
重ねて言えば園崎美音を目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
Maybe.
見なくったって、そんなのミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ、だからつまりですね、あなただけがあの晩確かに園崎美音を目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけど。
You can you can identify the body of the sister who died. You can take her fingerprints. So why is this even an issue? At this point, Uishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Can't smoke anywhere these days. He lit one of his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. He thinks it was Shion too!
本当に園崎美音
dude.
に刺されたんです
The
か。
body that was pushed out of the freaking balcony. Do her fingerprints match the fingerprints of Mion's birth certificate or Shion's birth certificate? That's how you figure it out. It's very simple.
はい、間違いなく。
Also, look for a back tattoo. The smoke Uishi-san breathed out and floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は園崎美音も井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
Wait, what? Wait, hang on. What? Is there a third sibling? So there was one in prison, one who was torturing, and then one in the well. Does that mean that there were freaking 3 siblings? Or, like, when did you find them in the well?
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。
Okay, okay, hang on a second. So they've confirmed that was Mion in the well, which means it wasn't Mion. Okay, okay, hang on. So there was the green-haired girl who was torturing everyone. There was the green-haired girl who was imprisoned. Fast forward after that time. There was a green-haired girl who fell to her death out of the balcony, and a green-haired girl who killed us. Could they have been the same? Could the one who stabbed us have then gone and then died in the apartment? Or did the person who died... No, but they found 2 bodies. There was one body at the bottom of the balcony, and then there was a body in the well. So both of them are dead, or there's 3 of them.
シオンさんと同じにね、首の骨を折って。
Unless someone found a way to get the body after they discovered it in the balcony and threw it in the well without anyone knowing. And that would require people being in on it in the, like, the police department.
あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は隠し井戸から外へ逃れようと
Oh,
し
is
て
that how we're saying it?
足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるでそこに突き落とした他の犠
Okay,
牲者
so
の
he's
下に呼び
saying
寄せられるようにね。
that the one who tortured everybody and imprisoned Shion, that was Mion, but then she died trying to escape. And then Shion Then he thinks that it's Shion after she kind of was completely psychologically insane. That she was the one who stabbed us and then fell to her death as well? I guess that could happen. And that means that they're both dead by pure coincidence. But that also means that Mion actually did go insane, and I really thought it was Shion who win it. Well, I guess Shion did go insane. I thought Shion was the one who would torture people. This is ridiculous.
おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認。
She definitely died on the day that she tortured us. Or she was going to torture us. So they couldn't have done let's throw the body out of the window and make it look like they fell out the balcony, unless they were able to freeze the body to throw off the time of death.
あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？
Wait, or is he saying that she died the day she tortured Rika and Satoko?
誰が？
Wait, hang on. Okay, no, he's saying it was after we passed out from the taser. Okay, no. Okay.
あなたを襲った園崎ミオンなのに園崎ミオンじゃない。
Either Shion is like so insane that she somehow managed to pull this off, is faking insanity and is a mastermind, or there are at least 3 Sonozaki siblings. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美緒さんの死覚えてますか？
If they pull out like, oh, they were triplets, that will be a very stupid plot twist. I already thought the twins thing didn't make sense. It only makes sense if there only were twins in this timeline, not in Chapter 1. But if they pull that there was triplets and nobody said that until now, I'm not accepting that.
高野さん？あ、はい。確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
It's actually Rena in a Mion costume.
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね、これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
That would be so stupid, Proxima. The chapter number indicates the number of Sonozaki siblings there are. That would be very weird. Despite being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. So her time of death didn't match up either. Did she fake her death? I didn't understand the complex things Uisi was telling me. Well, I mean, they confirmed the dead body was her through her dental records. Is there a second Takano going around too? What is going on here? You can't just drop all these truth bombs on us in 5 minutes.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識の事情が
That literally can't be. So either there was a person out there who was pretending to be Takano, and that was the creepy lady we went in the shed with, or someone paid the doctor 220s to fake the autopsy report. And we do know that, well, I almost spoiled the Future Ace Attorney game there. Nope, can't do that.
かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。
Okay.
つまりどういうことか。
Was he the one who also did the dental work?
これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが。
No, not Edgeworth's doing it. Edgeworth is reformed now.
あなた、綿流しの番。高野美代さんに会ってますよね。
There's a certain former chief prosecutor who I think absolutely would have faked an autopsy report just for fun.
会ってます。
その前日、 お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。
Did Takano throw her teeth into the corpse? Takano saved all her baby teeth just to do... That wouldn't work. They would be like, for some reason these teeth aren't burned. That would not work.
私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、合ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。
Are we having spirit channeling here?
でも、あなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さん
The Marleys were dead to begin
はお
with.
亡くなりになっていたのです。
The origin of that all happened. If all that happened, the beginning of everything. Our intrusion into the ritual storehouse, which I'd come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、
I knew there was
死人が歩き回り
there's
すぎ
something
なん
weird
です
going on with that nurse. I don't like that. There are too many dead people walking. Yes, thank you. This is my sibling Brian. Brian. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てる。
Okay, yeah, 100% it's that corrupt chief prosecutor whose name I can't speak of. But you will learn who that corrupt chief prosecutor is when I play My Osage Face Attorney Investigations 2 on my channel next year. Tune in for that.
この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。
It's also the best game in the Ace Attorney series.
ですので、今の話はどうか。
Why is he telling this to the random team? Well, I guess, yeah. Uisi grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。
Yeah, I knew best friend Uisi would. Yes, we can set up a game night sometime.
さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで、その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに。
I know Keiji doesn't like it, but man, I like Uishi. He's one of my favorite characters. Uishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all of this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。
Three best characters in this game. Uishi, Rika, and Rena.
お大事に。
Slam. I listened to the tap 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 of Uishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. There he is! We can finally have a reasonable thumbnail, can't we? Hooray! I can't wait. Gotta move chat back up. Give you a month to piece this together. I mean, if you have theories, you can go for it. He wanted to end the incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Then slip, an arm covered in fresh blood, came out from underneath the bed. What? Wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. What is going on here?
ケイちゃん だから言ったでしょ。
You are dead! I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだミオン、何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた。
Demons can't possess dead bodies.
そうだな。
Hey, Oishi, get your gun!
ごめん、ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオン。俺今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡
Oh yeah,
に日時
Keiichi's
が合わない。
losing it.
死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。
If this actually is quote unquote Mion, that literally confirms there are 3 siblings.
高野さんにミ
So
オン、
this has to be like a
そして
hallucination.
俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
Also, dude, your fingers are literal squares.
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard, as if scratching me. How did your fingernails get torn?
加減しろよ。
What has been going on here?
痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it in was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. The butts is going on here? Is this actually the hallucination? Oh, that's creepy. We can see her in the mirror, too. Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered with blood, she smiled. Then she got right up, just behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しいこの事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
Leave it to Uishi.
あの時、一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
How does none of the hospital staff or our mom notice this happening? Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand she slowly swung a mallet up into the air. And how did she get this in here? Oh, so that's how you're going to end it. New scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. Oh, so that's how we're ending it. So Keiichi went insane in the hospital room. Cool. The last nail, complete with Tanagashi. Oh, is that okay. You think that's funny? You think the name for that achievement is funny? Wow. Gotta say, I don't think they nailed that ending. Easy clap.
日暮の泣く頃に水綿流しを最後ま
Hey,
でお楽
best
しみ
girl,
いただ
how's it
き
going?
誠にありがとうございました。今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか。
I really liked it, and then I didn't.
ちょっぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。ちょっぴりも何もまた大大バッドエンドですわ。
It is a horror game, Satoko.
プンプンでございますことよ。
Although she did die in it.
プンプンなのです。
いやー、みんなお疲れ。まあその何、終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃ
Well,
ない？
your face was the Steam icon for the game, so I kind of expected that.
私大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
Okay, Mion, tone it down.
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。しかもサトコはただのとばっちりなのですよ。わあ、あんな死に方嫌なのですな。ほら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったようにサトコちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから。
And the sad thing is, I think I've looked it up. I think Chapter 3 has Satoko as the icon, so I bet it'll dive more into her character.
今から楽しみだね。
It's probably not a good thing.
サトコがひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
そうなの嫌。
Honestly, as I don't particularly like Satoko, but I don't want to see her get tortured. There it is! My favorite CG.
悪ふざけが過ぎるとレナもちょっとだけ怒るよ。
Actually, no. I think my favorite CG that I've seen up to this point has been Rena in the first chapter, where she had like the shadow over her eyes and was like staring at us when she started getting creepy, or when she was spying on us on the phone. Both of those were really good.
ミーがぺったんこなのです。
Well, that's rude.
なでなでしたくても頭がわからないのです。あ、膨らんできましたわ。無節操な体ですのね。
やあみんな。
Okay, bro. Are you perving on? No, you're not.
お疲れさん。
Oh, he's doing the camera
また
work.
遅れて申し訳ありませんね。
He just took a picture when they were saying some really weird stuff.
富武さんに大石さん、どうもお疲れ様でした。あれ、高野さんとしーちゃんはまだですか？
もちろん来てますよ。
Hi, Shion.
今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。
I still don't trust you or Mion. I think at this point, after Chapter 3, what I've just learned is the Sonozaki family is super messed up. Do not interact with them.
そこ
That's what I learned.
ええ、どうぞですよ。
Also, don't go to Hooters.
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。
You. I am now even more suspicious of you, since it's now possible you may have potentially faked your own death.
どうかお手柔らかに。
じゃあ始めても大丈夫かな。
If they do, oh, Takano has an identical twin too. That like you could do the identical twin plot twist once in your story, not twice. That's just too much.
これで全員かな。
Everyone has an identical twin.
圭一を除けば全員なのです。
He doesn't have sprites.
ってことは前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなくて早々に次回シナリオの台本
This is
読
such a
みなん
weird.
ですか
Like, oh, if you want to like a pick me up after the story, here you go.
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。高野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。せっかくこれだけ集まったのにお通夜じゃつまらないですわ。
じゃあ圭一君には悪いけど僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
となれば決まりだね。
They only were in it for a little bit.
じゃあみんなコップコップ。
What I want to know, where's teacher?
炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
Where's curry teacher?
大人の皆さんにはアルコールもありますよ。
Why are you
リカち
recording
ゃん
this
は
at the
何を飲む
Hooters?
ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
みー、富竹のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。
I'll have whatever he's having.
こーら、リカちゃんもお酒はダメ。
That is true.
みんな
You're like 10 years old,
ここまで大
Rika.
したでしょ
If you have... Rika would like take a... Rika would like, with her petite body, she would take just the sip of the communion wine at church and get sloshed.
早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
おねえ、温度は誰が取るの？レナでいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
では、5本。みんな、綿流し終了。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Way!
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
Yes.
そうですね。
Yes. Please make sure Keiichi's not this idiotic in the next chapters.
じゃあ、自由意見でいきましょうか。
Oh, I'm ready, Rena.
意見のある人はいますか？
Please call him out.
意見も何も、今回のシナリオで謎は全て解けたのではありませんこと？
No! I still don't know if it was Mion or Shion who did all of that.
犯人はミオンさん。諸悪の根源は全部園崎家。それで決着でございませんの？
But then we've got maybe Takano faked her death. And it didn't tie everything up neatly.
みーちゃんは犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
Well, that's because you're naive, Rena.
大穴ですよ。こんなのは前回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたことじゃないですか。むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
そうですね。前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
Really?
みんなの期待通りの展開になったみたいなのです。
Maybe I was just really stupid.
じゃあ、これで日暮の泣く頃に水のメインシナリオはほとんど終わりなのかな。全ての元凶はみーちゃんの園崎家で決まり？
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。
Really?
あ、高野さんと意見が合いましたね。私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど。
That's rich coming from you.
でも少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供してたのよ。
Yeah, but I lied.
そうですよ。
It was literally proven that she
私と
did
リ
it.
カを殺しておいて今さら犯人じゃないなんてどういう意味なんですの？
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私ミオンが全ての犯人だとする
I
に
can't
は
tell.
いろいろと無理が多いんだよ。
I can't tell if like my theories are like I am 4 parallel universes ahead of you, or if it's like, wow, I can't believe it, you're absolutely 100% wrong, and I'm actually way behind where the game expects me to be.
ちょっと考えればすぐわかるよ。
That's part of the fun about these mystery stories, going into them blind.
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると確信してるんだけど、ぜひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
ではご拝聴。ラストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ。あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。そりゃそうでしょう。だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもの。完全犯罪なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこが違和感なんだよ。過去4年間園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずに、あれだけ上手に人を殺したり消したりしてきたんだよ。
What do you mean you didn't let out a hint? There were a bunch of people who all suspected you.
そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。 手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単に看破できちゃうしさ。
そう言われてみればそうだね。過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけど、今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だったもんね。
And before that, they were just
何を
mildly
言ってる
violent.
のかよくわかりませんわ。リクにはわかります？つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件ももっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。
But all of the bodies were literally proven to have been murdered in their underground labyrinth, and also one of the Sonozaki siblings confessed to the crime.
じゃあつまり何ですか？
Why would they do that if they weren't responsible?
私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなく、ミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？ほらほら、
Unless we go
や
with
っ
the
ぱり
demon
前
possession
回の私
theory.
の予想通り、ミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのですわ。そうそう、レナもサトコちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな？
I'm down for the demon possession theory, but I feel like they're
私
trying
も
too
前
much
回から
stuff.
引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。ラストのラストで私が明かす、目撃されていたにもかかわらずその数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミオンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付けると思います。
But at least in real life, demons can't possess dead people. I guess they could break that little rule in this game, though.
あらあら、前回は弱かったたたり派が今回は随分強気ね。人間犯人説の皆さんには反論はないのかしら？
前回人間犯人説だったのは確かみーちゃんにリカちゃん、
Did I miss the after party in the first game?
それから富高さんで
I probably
したよ
did.
ね。では張り切って反論をお願いします。
参ったな。うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。じゃあそのトリックを崩せれば人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。お、シオンには何かいい反論があるの？まあ一応。でも私人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思ってる点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでもよければ反論してみせますけど。
なんでも結構ですわ。これがたたりじゃないというならその証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、さっきから話題になってるミオンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのはどうやってなのかしら？
That was either Shion, or there's a third sibling.
ズバリ園崎姉妹共犯説です。理由は簡単だって、お姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんをさせるのは
But
私
you
し
fell
か
out
い
of
ない
the
ん
balcony.
です。私がお姉の変装してケイちゃんを刺す。そして実質へ戻り幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして飛び降り自殺。
強いて言えばこの場合のミオンちゃんは泥をかぶる役だね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被害者の形にする。そして井戸の中に姿を隠していれば変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
なるほどね。だとするとミオンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまったことってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ、確かになんとなく辻褄が合うような。
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょう。過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いすぎるもの。その計画、たとえうまくいってもミオンは悪役でしょ。一生隠れて、あるいはシオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。 窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり死ぬにせよ消えるにせよミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり園崎ミオンが表舞台からいなくなるのは彼女らのシナリオの一部だと思うわけです。
There's no way the twins were in cahoots.
だからラストでミオンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件、そういう位置づけになるのかな。
一番疑われている園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは園崎家以外の真犯人にとってこれほど美味しい結末はないってことになるのかしらね。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。
Thank you, Satoko.
ミオンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？犯人なんじゃないんですの？つまりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにミーちゃんが過去の事件も全て自分が起こした嘘の告白をしたってみんな
I'm reading every word, but maybe not processing the sentences.
これは劇中のセリフになりますが、とんだ名探偵さんがいたもん。
Uishi/Rena detective game. That would be great.
確かにちょっと説得力を感じますよ。
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件、それが私の推理。さらに言えばその真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思ってるんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るためにミオンちゃんが起こした。
But that literally destroyed your whole family to do that. And your own life. Who would you protect like that?
そういうことです。
It was me the whole time!
鬼隠しのシナリオで名前だけ登場した監督ってのがかなり怪しいかな。
I'm telling you guys,
すごいです。
at the end of the day, we can't discount that red herring could be behind this.
実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
私はそれでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと思ってますけどね。御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件、それが私の推理です。
過去の清算ってのはつまり暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため御三家の罪を。
Man, how long does this go on for? I thought this was just gonna be a quick, like, hey, thanks for playing, I appreciate it.
そういうことです。
Here are the credits.
私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。できすぎですね。
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますですよ。
It's Old Man Smithers.
あれあれ、なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。では皆さんに質問なのです。圭一はどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？リカ、そんなのは決まってますわよ。入っちゃいけない細具店に勝手に入ったからに決まってますわ。
こうして思い返すと、他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと細具殿に忍び込んだせいってことなんでしょう。
No, Tomotage did not sneak into the storehouse last time because we were with him for the entire festival. We did the shooting arcade with him.
ありゃ？
おかしなことになってきたわね。
おかしなことって何がですか？あ、レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。そうなのです。例えば鬼隠しのシナリオでは圭一は細具殿には忍び込んでいないのに命を狙われているのです。
That's also true. I just thought that was because Rena was going insane along with Mion.
それはきっとほらひなみ沢はよそ者を嫌うんだろ。だから圭一君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。どう見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。今回だけでなく他のシナリオでも。
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方、圭一さんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと、人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
Maybe there's just a maniac going around who does random things for laughs. Maybe the Joker's on the loose.
でもたたり説だとしても、やはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんからね。
もう一息で解明できそうだったけど、やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
圭一君以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、
I think Keiichi died because he was extremely stupid. Rika doesn't have a cat.
鬼隠しでもたらい
We would have
回し
seen
で
it
も、
in her house.
そして西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
では今回だけではなく他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば、それが全体の
He kept talking to you, Ishii. And after he kept talking to you, that's when all the weird stuff was happening.
ざっとシナリオを読み比べたけど、圭一君なりに日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば、圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらないけどな。
圭一君、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったの
Oh,
かな。
I know. He went to Hooters both times. That's why.
殺されるような悪いことは。
He went to Hooters.
迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
ほほう、俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間に、みんなはそういう話題で盛り上がっていたわけか。ほう。
そういうわけなの。だからね、圭一君の自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
Follow your heart. It's terrible advice, by the way.
殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている狼藉のせいに違いないですわ。
You always instigate it, you little brat.
僕に時々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
You know, you are not wrong about that, Rika, actually.
そうそう。年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのがそもそもの罪のような気がするな。
それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に羨ましい主人公役ですよ。
It's almost like it was deliberately designed to be that way.
たまには変わってください。
Bro, you're like 58.
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば、
Okay, you're weird. Please
刺され
leave.
るくらいお安いご用よね。
というわけで圭一さん、あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
今回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。
You've met with a terrible fate,
そ
haven't
の
you?
上、さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。聞きたいのは俺の方だぞ。これは何かの謀略だ。
かわいそかわいそです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
That's not necessary,
今回の
Rika.
シナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべき
I'm not doing that.
私はミオンの立場になって綿流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
私は鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。すべての現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。プレイしてくださった皆さんはどうお感じになりましたか？ぜひ先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
まだまだ先は長いですけど頑張ってくださいね。
そ それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
We needed to get the Higurashi in here to tell us what they thought about it. Too loud. Okay, well, there's definitely a lot of Well, there we go. Enjoy the after party. I did that. Exactly that. Alright, well, I guess that concludes Chapter 2. I didn't end as confused as I did at the end of Chapter 1, that's for sure. But still a lot of unanswered questions. No doubt about that. But that was fun. That was enjoyable. I really hope that we don't have as many idiot plots in the next chapter as we did at the end of this one. And yes, we will be playing Chapter 3 next October. I don't really plan. I did a poll on YouTube earlier this year where I'm like, hey, do people want me to stream Higurashi more than just during October? But the general consensus was no, keep it as a Halloween series. So I guess Chapter 3 next year, everybody. And I'll probably forget about most of this. I sure hope not, but it's possible. It looks like Shaggy is currently streaming. So since he's also doing the same charity that I am, anybody who wants to join, we are going to raid him over on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, tough luck. You can either go over to Twitch, or we'll just have to say good night there and then. So it looks like he's playing Pummel Party with some friends. So yeah, happy Halloween, everybody. Thanks for joining in. It was great chatting with you all, hearing your guys' theories, and playing this game. Definitely a very interesting game, for sure. So, have a great rest of your night, and God bless everybody.